lizard, 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 lizard.
Hello? 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 Halloween? Halloween? Hi. I'm sorry it took so long. Yeah. Been so
Your
long.
mom's car.
Been so long. I mean, it's only been like what? 10 hours. But hi, how is everyone? Sorry it took so long in the starting screen. Had some stuff going on in the background. I was like setting some stuff and I'm like, it's not even. It's not working. And I'm like, no! I'm ready live. But yeah, hi everyone. Hi TikTok people. Hello. Oh, TikTok chat is not visible here. Okay, let me check. Is it show now? Okay, it should show now. Hi, TikTok chat. Hi. 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 Oh, oh, I didn't mean to do that. This one. Yes. Hi. Hi, TikTok chat. Hi. Yes, now you can see TikTok chat. Yes, hi. How is everyone today? How is everyone? Are we chilling? Are we chilling? Why is my model tracking always? There we go. That's like neck breaking tracking. Anyway. Aw, hi Cuckoo. Hi. How are you? How is everyone? Okay. How is everyone? Give me some time. I'm trying to set up TikTok chat right now. Should be able to soon. I have to set up the live goal as well. Um hmm. Hmm. Hi Day. Oh my god. Hi. 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 Good morning, good evening. Hello everyone. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted right now with setting up TikTok live. Hold on, give me a sec, give me a minute. I'll get back to you. I'm a yes. This and then hmm, this. No, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. I'm good, Jay. I got some good sleep. I got 7 hours today, so I'm good. Hold on. This, and then I will. Wow, there's a new ones. This, and then this, and then this. These are big gifts, so they should be able to. Oh, I can only put 3. Oh, I guess I'll just put. No, 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 no. I should change this one. Another $100. Oh, no, 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 no. Let's find a 200 one. Is there a 200 one? Hearts. Yep. This. And then I'll just edit this one. Okay. That's exactly. Yes. Live goal. SMR for 10 minutes. Okay. Confirm. Okay, live goal is on now. Should be a very hard live goal. So I don't do ASMR anywhere, anytime. Okay, I'm here now in all presence and stuff. Okay, hi Fire, hi Zoinks, hi Jay. How is everyone? It's Bat. Oh, hi Bat. Is that the Bat? I'm lurking on everyone's stream right now. Everyone is streaming. Everyone is alive. Doc is alive. And Coffee and Bat and and Rozzy. So everyone is alive today. Ooh, and I added to that. No. Just laughing at the Afro Man trial. What's the Afro Man trial? What? What's that? I'm not updated. What's happening? Oh, what's happening? Oh, so wait, I gotta update fires. Wait, I gotta update fires. I was updating the sticky notes. That's why. Also, hi TikTok people, bruh. What do you mean, bruh? Hi Jay. Hi loser. Why you name me loser? Why you name yourself loser? That's crazy. Hi TikTok people. Hi. Oh hi. Oh hi. Oh hi. I was clueless this morning where my phone was because I forgot I was still watching. Oh no, what happened? Oh it died. Battery died. Oh boy. Oh boy. That sucks. Were you able to charge it properly now? Did you charge it? Mm-hmm. Yes. Like I have idea how I fell asleep. It was the ASMR, I swear. Just kidding. I think it's the ASMR. Okay. Yes. It was during the repelling. Oh, I see. Afroman is a rapper that made the Because I Got High song. The police raided him in 2022, found nothing. Oh, raided! And he made songs about raid and the police since they didn't pay for breaking his door. God damn! It was during the replaying. She was still downloading most and I didn't even make it. No, it's okay. I was able to play Repo for like I think 3 hours more. I'm not sure. I was like 20,000 US dollars for his door and gate is crazy. God damn. And today I was farming clips. What? Wait, you're clipping? What? You're scrubbing my VODs? What? Yeah, the creature energy. Oh. Oh. That one. The monster clip. Okay. That was funny though. Loki, that's so funny. It was so funny though. Creature energy. So the police sued him for defamation, I guess, for showing the security camera, and yeah, it didn't go well. Oh boy. Well, I mean, there's probably some faults on both parties there, so yeah. It's so bad though. Like, why did the police is considered like government? So why didn't the government pay for it? Like, honestly, they have all the budget and stuff anyway. If they broke his door, they gotta pay for it, man. Also, hi TikTok people. Hi, welcome, welcome. Today we are gonna do some anime smasher pass. So if you're like a good anime watcher, you can chill with me. Um, while uh we are doing anime smasher pass because it's part of our donathon goals, and it was met yesterday under the $200 goal, which is, wait, is it the 200, yeah, the $200 goal, which is anime smasher pass. And I will be creating a poll. Is it a poll? I guess I'll just do where can I put this stuff? Like, because it's the another part of the goal is chat can tweet on behalf of me, and y'all will have to decide what I should tweet. Like, I will post it, like copy paste and post it, nothing changing. I could even include a picture if y'all want me to. I'm about to get serious with this masher pass, no philosopher shit level. Damn. But not to, I'm sure you have heard because I got high. You got high? Why are you high? Jay, why are you high? Why are you high? Oh. Oh, because I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high. Is it that one? Da, 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 da. Is it that one? Oh. Oh. I see. Oh, oh, that was the singer for that. I didn't know. He high above the clouds. I'm Loki. I'm still EP. Like, I do want to sleep more. Like, I feel like I'm kind of drained today. Like, that's why I kind of low energy. But I'm trying to be more perky as much as possible. um, we're gonna do a lot of stuff. Anime time. Anime. I'm sure I'm gonna cry though with a lot of stuff. We're not really doing a tier list. We're just doing an anime smasher pass. So it's just like show a picture with the name of the character, and I decide if I smash or pass, and I'll just explain why. At first, I thought I was still in ASMR mode for a sec. No, honestly, I'm just like kind of low energy today. It needs to stay up for more than 14 hours, so completely normal. Yeah, but I do wanna like, I want to like, what's the what's the right word? I want to make the most of my weekend and my stream day, because starting after this stream, I'm not gonna be able to stream for like almost 2 weeks. So yeah, it's gonna take a long time. Like, consider it like a short hiatus or something. But I might still be able to be like invited for collabs and stuff. But I am not gonna be able to stream. I cannot commit to stream for the next week. Yeah. No, Kirby. Ah, no, no, why? Kirby, why? What did I do to you? So to not lose money, he made songs about the cops like lemon pound cake. Oh, that one I didn't know. That's the song about the cops. Ah, I see. Gotta make this last day count. Yeah. That's true. That's true. I wanna. Is that the glue? Is that the gluener? Oh my goodness! That plug. Is that glue? Plug. We gotta shout out the homie, man. Shouting out the glue. Bro, I'm still setting it up. But thank you again for the recording. I'm like, oh, hey, you unlocked the new boss. That's me saying the but there's still Chloe. Alby. Yeah, there's still Chloe mixed in that, so it's like random. So yeah. We're gonna be like, I don't know why my model looks like sleepy. What the fuck? I'm not even sleepy. I'm cooking. Yeah, you be cooking, bruh. You be cooking, bruh. So this is like the official second to the last stream of the Donathon. And then there's gonna be like the last stream on April 2. That's gonna be the last day. Okay, let me see. Hi Val! Thank you for liking the live, and also good morning, Cheng. Hi, good morning. Y'all early, huh? Good morning. And will you help me repair my door while you disconnect my video camera? Oh yeah, is that part of the song? I see. Hi, hello. Hi TikTok people. Hi. Think we can game the day after that. Oh, I have a good plan. I've been cooking. So, yeah, bruh, I can't sleep. Oh my god, Val, what? Early, late now for no, Cheng, what? Go hurry up. You're late already. Damn. And you're chilling here on TikTok? God damn. Cheng. Go work. Oh my god. um so let me just show you a sneak peek of like what I'm cooking for April. I'm cooking something for April. Just a sneak peek of what I've been doing. Like, I've been doing a lot of cooking here and there. Hold on, you guys. Where is it? Okay, this and then this. What? Bruh. Where did I put it? Bruh. Where is my... Okay, there we go. Found it. Then I check the snipping tool. Yes. Here's what I've been working on. This is just a snip, okay? Just a part of it. Just a part of it. Where can I put it? I'll try to put it on a. Where is it? Oh, what? No, I didn't mean to do that. But okay, we put it on YouTube Studio. Hey, I'm cooking this shit. I'm cooking this shit. You seeing this shit? You seeing this shit? I've been cooking. I've been cooking. Yes, this is just a part of it. I'm still editing stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. I hope I would be able to like update this stuff today. Yes. It is in the works. Ow, my back. My back. Mm. I gotta stretch. Alrighty. Hold on. Oh yeah, I gotta fix fires. Fire, are you there? What's your favorite color? Fire, what's your favorite color? What about the death bat? Is it a death bat here? Is it? Is it? Oh, he's probably lurking. He doesn't hear me. What's your favorite color? What color you like? Grass is crazy. Oh, blue. Okay, I'll just let it stay like that, I guess. Your name is Fire, but you like blue. Sus. Should it be red or orange or yellow? Just kidding. Blue fire. Yeah, I mean blue fire exists. Yeah, true, true. Your fire is blue. I see. A blue fire. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna do this then. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. Fuck! I'm gonna do this and this and this and this. Man, though, I've been working all day. Oh my god, zoinks. Are you still working right now? Or are you done with work? It's Carboy! Oh my goodness! Hi, Carboy! Oh, Carboy, I missed you! It's been so long! Thank you for liking the live. How are you, Carboy? Good morning. Like, I got put to work at 9 in the morning around when I woke up. Oh boy. Oh, you're on break right now. I see. Well, feel free to have a good breaky. Stay hydrated. Stay under the shade if possible. Don't burn yourself under the sun. I saw this clip on like Facebook, I guess, and like there it was like part of a movie, I guess. It says like the scene was like there's this they're in like a desert and this child just laid on on the sand that the yes and then like because of the hot the sun was so hot and stuff, it dehydrated her to like no bones at all. And then her parents just rolled her skin and body. And then like said like, oh, when the time comes, you will be come back to life. And then then after, like, there was a time skip, and then there's the mother like put out the daughter that is like rolled up and threw it on the river that she found. And then like the girl, the the kid just like regained her body and like slowly just like it's just like inflating and deflating. So she just got deflated, got rolled into got rolled and then threw into the river, and then she inflated again back to normal. I'm like, what the fuck? The fuck is this movie? What did I just watch? I mean, if that's possible, you can preserve humanity, and like you just dehydrate humanity and just rehydrate it in the future. And they're gonna still live. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's, I don't know if it's a Chinese movie or something, but yeah, it's a clip I found on Facebook, and I'm like, the fuck was that? I was a high copy.
Can't collude.
Well, what are you gifting me? No. Zoinks already gifted me something yesterday. Oh my god. Why? Thank you. Oh, and then Curb. I said no, Curb. No, I know accept gift. It's a requirement. Oh yeah, thank you again, Zoinks, for the gift. I didn't see it while on stream. I'm like, I didn't notice. Probably because I was so distracted all the time. Pepinos can turn down gifts. No. I say no. It was $3. Oh, it was on big sale. I see. I don't know if I'll be able to watch it though, but yeah. Hi. Oh my god, TikTok people. Hi, hello. Oh my god, Chu? Do I just call you Chu? Hi, Chu. Hi, hello. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god, hiccup. Hi, Bacardi. What do you mean happy birthday? It's not my birthday yet. My birthday is on June. Hello, TikTok people. Let me gift you gaming. Fine. Send me. Where do I send my Steam code? Where do I send my Steam ID? Yes, I'm a June baby. Yeah, I thought it was way too early for that because it's in June. Yeah. So many people's birth on June. Really? I thought the ones around me, like IRL, are like especially Filipinos. Usually the birthdays are around September until December. Do I have you on Discord? I don't think so, Coffee. Damn, you don't even have me on Discord. But yeah, I'm glad that in the group that I am now in, like, I have a lot of people that has birthday around near my birthday. So I know Doc is also, I think, no, it's not June. I think Doc is around July. And I believe Rose is around July as well. And I forgot who the other was. Yeah. Wait, Nicola too? 5-year-olds is you. When's yours? When is yours? I'm a June baby. Yeah, we're all emotional. Fuck. we're all fucking emotional people. We're crybabies. The listener service says 12th of June. Oh, 12th of June. Yours is 6. Oh my god. Y'all will celebrate earlier than me. I'm on the 27th. Good morning, Nikki. Hi, thank you for the follow. Hi. Welcome. Thank you as well too for the follow. Good morning, Nikki. Why you must reveal it? Why? 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 My birthday is in my holo list page anyway. So what's the point? If you search my name on the internet, you will see my birthday. We being crybabies. Oh yeah. Yeah. We're emotional as fuck. We're crybabies. We're moody. June babies. Very emotional people. Wait, what? Oh, you're on TikTok. Okay. I accept I accept the what animals do you like? A lot. Dog, cat. A lot of animals, honestly. If it's cute, I like it. You send Steam. Damn, someone excited. I was just opening my Steam. Friends, and then add a friend, and then I said friend code. I sent invite. I send invite to the copy. You know, is I hate the debuff on Steam on my end because I can't gift friends on Steam. So I like it's so unfair. It's so unfair that I can't gift people just because I'm in the Philippines and everything here is priced so cheaper than other countries in the Europe and in US. Like here in Southeast Asia is like so cheap. So, like, when I wanted to gift Snowball a game for his birthday last January, I'm like, man, I can't even gift him the game he likes. Can't give him. And I'm like, okay, I'll just send him a Steam credit type shit. I forgot what they call it, but yeah, I just sent him like a wallet, I think. Was it a wallet? And then I told him, like, buy this game if you want to. I gift to you because your birthday and stuff. And that's the way I've been doing. I suck. That's that's like how I do gifting now on Steam because I can't gift the game directly. I can only gift the money. It converts to their country money and then goes to yes. Kami, thank you. Hi, Cosmic. Hi. Oh, why do you like cats and dogs? Because they're adorable. I have a dog named Noggy. Yes. She's a very adorable dog. Then naglaro ka ba ng ML? No, I don't play ML. I don't play LOL. I don't play League. I don't play any MOBA. Before I do play Dota, the old one, not Dota 2. I haven't played since. It's been so long. What anime do you like? A lot. My favorite is Vampire Knight. That's where my OC is like kind of inspired from. Roblox. No, I don't play Roblox. I do have Roblox, but I don't play it. Merry birthday, Mass. No, please don't tell Rose or Lyle. Lyle, I gift. Or they'll yell at me. Oh my god, who's Lyle? Sorry. But I will tell Rose unless Rose is here. I was shocked when you said you never heard of Titanfall 2, just had to gift it to. Sorry. I don't know a lot of games because number one, I grew up from a poor family. I'm not like someone that has grew up with consoles or gaming or PC. I did have a PC when I was a kid and I was still a student, but it's not capable of gaming good games before. The only thing that I could game on there was like Ragnarok, which is an online game, and Dota, but never been able to play other games like Metal Gear Solid or anything like that. I have never because my PC back then or family PC cannot handle those shit. And I had to work my ass off in the career ladder once I graduated. And yeah. You like Vampy Nightel? Yes. Traumatic history. That's my favorite though. I don't know why I like I didn't know why I like it so much as well. Not because of like the incest part of it, but it's not really incest honestly. If you read the whole story, it's not really incest. Wait, what about the potato PC? What's the story about that one? Oh, the potato PC that I was using before I got this one. That one I bought with. That was the cheapest PC package that I bought. Like it was just like 400 US dollars, and it's like the whole PC package. You get a mouse, a keyboard, a PC, and a monitor. And I didn't even know the specs of it. And when I discovered that it was like supposed to be priced around just like around um 200 US dollars, but I paid 400 US dollars for it, and I'm like, fuck, what? And then I just get scammed. And then the hardware was just like priced around 12,000, but I bought the PC package for like 20,000 pesos. So I'm like, what the fuck? It was just around 12,000 pesos with me. It was a very potato PC, and it was only supposed to handle like work stuff like Microsoft applications, basic stuff like browsing in the internet. That's it. It's not really a gaming PC. That's why it's a potato PC. I wasn't initially like looking to game with it before, so that's why. And I've never even dabbled with like the what you call this the yes with gaming or streaming before, but when I got interested with it, I'm like, yes, I do think I need to buy a better PC that can handle streaming at least. And I based like my specs based I based it from Edus. I remember her discussing about her PC specs, and I'm like, okay, if Edu can do that, then I must get a little bit higher than that so I could get like a better customizable VTuber and stuff, and be able to stream games while being able to multi-stream. And that's why I got this PC. But prior to that, it was just like me work, me going to work, eat, sleep, work, repeat for like decade, for like a decade. So that's why I'm not familiar with the games. I'm only familiar with the ones that are like very known or like you can see online with clips and stuff, but I've never gamed most of them. I've mainly played just online games that are being played by phone. I usually do mobile gaming, but yeah, just Ragnarok. Okay, I remember the repo incidents. Yeah, like I get disconnected or I get or my PC just suddenly goes a blue screen on me is crazy. Yeah. It was so bad. Okay, let me go back to chat. But who was your favorite character? Are you a Kaname stan? Yes, I'm a big Kaname stan. My favorite character is Yuki. 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 Okay, ano pa nilalaro mo? I usually play Battlefield. Like FPS games. Yeah, I hope I answered your question too. You have any other questions for me? Willing to answer. I'm willing to yap. It's just a yapping stream today, I guess, and just doing some anime smasher pass. I have a childhood friend that looks crazy close to Yuki, but she gets mad when I say that. Wait, with the short hair or the long hair? I like the long hair, the vampire version. The short hair is so obnoxiously annoying. Long hair Yuki. Oh yeah, yeah. I like the long hair Yuki. The long hair Yuki is much more mature, is much more everything. Yeah. Alright, I need to know wrap up. We're gonna be back in a bit. How long will the smash or pass be? Probably I'll be able to stream for 2 to 3 more hours. So I guess I'm gonna be doing just smash or pass for those times. I don't think there's gonna be 7 days to die collab right now because like I'm seeing crap none. I'm seeing Doc just playing his Dead Rising 3 and Bat is just doing Heck Divers with the Zaroj and who's the other two? Who's he playing weird? Buhatin kita sa ML. No, I don't want to play ML, honestly. I don't want to play ML. the or the Rose is busy too. Yeah. I've been on DMs with Rose, like I've been like checking her wellness and stuff always, especially whenever I see her do some status like that. I'm like, Rose, are you okay? Or just I just send her a cat gif and I'm like, yeah. Darnassus and Panda. Panda? A reminder of the drink. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait, let me take a picture of that. Bubba. Ababa. Ababa. Wait, let me. Okay. This. Let me hold on the sticky note there. Okay, you go there for a meantime. Hold on, hold on. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna be going for a different. Where's the okay? This is gonna be like a clean room. Ta-da! This is a clean room. You won't be able to hear any alerts at all because I didn't add the source for it here. It's just like the room, just the background music, and that's it. Let me just take a picture of it. Let me whip up the creature energy drink. The fucking creature energy drink. So funny. I swear. Creature energy. Instead of monster, it's creature. It's so funny. Okay, let me like. Okay. Wait, hold on. Creature energy drink. Hold on. Let me just. No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. This one and then this one. Why is it? Huh? Hold on. No. Fuck. There we go. Then there we go. There we go. It's too big, I guess. Let me just do this and this. Nah. Uh, no. Okay. Is this better? I don't know. Wait, let me. Okay. Is this better? Feature energy drink. Okay. Take a picture. Hold on. Let me take a screenshot. Okay. Should be able to. Okay, let me just post it on Twitter. Look, I got a feature energy drink. Okay, hold on. This, and then I go to Twitter. I'll just post it on. I'll just put it on the replies of my post earlier. Eh. Okay, this, and then this, and then this. Okay, I posted it there. Hopefully, that's good enough. Love me some creature energy. Okay, I sent it there on Twitter. Let me know if that's good enough or if you want me a better one. Or you want me to create. I could like crop a bigger one, honestly. On. There we go. Cropping a bigger one so you could just like. Yeah. Should be. Should be okay. That's good. Okay. Another one. Okay. I posted another post. Alright. I believe. I believe. Yes, that's good enough. Yes. Okay. That's good enough, I guess. Um. Okay, let me prep up this masher fast already. Okay. Where's the website? Fuck, did I close it? No! No! Oh my god. What's the. Oh my god. This is so fake. Hold on. What the fuck? No. This one? Oh my god, it's so hard to find one. Okay. Let me go back. Hi. Oh my god, it's the Lord himself, Jesus Christ. Hi. Thank you for coming by to the stream. I'm doing an anime smasher pass today. Yeah. Hi, Aliaku. Hello, hello, hi. Hello, how are you? How are you doing? Baseball? What? What do you mean that you? Huh? Okay, I'm back. Let purple app. Okay, bad lies goodbye tonight should be on the workshop. Gotta finish work first. Yeah, yeah, feel free to do that. Good luck with work. Have fun, have fun. Okay, let me just go back here. And then I go back to the yapping screen. And I'll fix this while that's happening. The deaf bat, the deaf bat, and the schnibble, and the fire. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. This what? Okay. Alrighty. We are gonna do Smasher Pass. Where can I put it though? I guess we'll go to the gaming screen. No, I'll just stay here on the yapping screen. I'll just put it somewhere on the chat. So some of the chats will be overlapped, I guess. For the meantime. Alright. And then I will be putting this to this. And then this. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. We are so back now. Hold on. Let me just fix my stuff, okay? This? No. This, and then let's just do this. Alright. Where's the page? Okay, let me scroll down. Do you see it? Do you see it? Alright. Yo, what's up, baby girl? You unlocked the corpse. Thank you, Scarvin. How are you today? Good morning. And she's alive now. Great. Yeah, I'm alive, but I'm like low energy today. Hi, Patrick. I haven't seen you in a while. Oh yeah, I missed y'all too. I haven't been live on TikTok much, but yeah, I'll try to be live always. But yeah, hi. And over this long term stuff that I'll be out of streaming, I will be just chilling and editing stuff. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Okay. So we're doing an anime smasher pass. Okay. We're doing an anime smasher pass. Yes, this. Wait, can I just scoot over? Just scoot. Okay, and then I'll just put this here. Yeah, a bit better now. Yep. I can see some smash. I can see pass. Wait, let me move chat as well. Hold on. This one I'll move it here. Where's the chat? This and then okay. I'll just put this too around here. This and then this. Okay, I move. There we go. Okay, we got some space now. Yay! Okay, we are so gonna do this, okay? Okay, let me just do this more. Okay. Is this okay now? I don't know. Is this okay now? Wait, let me put this one around this. Wait, can I drag this down until here? There we go. There we go. And also the oh my god. Okay, there we go. I believe we're good. Are we good? Okay. All right. We're doing an anime smasher pass. Hell yeah. Alrighty, right. We are so gonna cook. Okay. So, oh, nice. Hey, looking a bit okay now. Okay. And then this. Wait, hold on. Can I also put this around there? Yeah, there we go. So I can still overlap it in case. Yes. So crazy. All right. I think I also have to put this down there. Yep. There we go. Yep. Shimalamis and Tanjia should be up there. And the translate is there. Okay. Nice. It works. Boogie's there in case. And what's this? Oh shit. I didn't know. I didn't know I have that. What? Anyway. Since when?
Get glued.
Okay, glued. I talk chat. Smasher pass. Yeah. Okay. Ko-Fi go. Ko-Fi alert. Yes, we're good. And we are good. All right. So we will start with this one. Can I just I I can make it a bit more bigger now. Yes. And it's up to me if I want to smash or pass and stuff. Hell yeah. The plus is now 200. Oh, too bad. This and then this. Okay. Can I? Oh, I can't? Can't resize both of them together? Oh, I could group them. That's a thing. I didn't know. God damn. And I could hide them in case. Oh my god. I didn't know that shit works, man. Oh my god. I'm gonna organize. Oh my god, I can't organize my source now. I'm not gonna be crying anymore. Oh my god. Oh my god, that stuff is so good. I will fuck. Oh my god. Okay. Me when I me when I'm stupid. Alright, let me resize this a bit. Okay. And then this here. There we go. It's smaller now. And then I'll also make this a bit smaller. And there we go. And then we have more more space. More space. Okay. This and this. Okay. Isn't this nice? Isn't this nice? There we go. And I'll just scoot over in case you need to see the picture. Nice! It's all set now. Are we ready? Are we ready? We're gonna do anime smash or pass. Alright, alright. Aboba. Aboba. Okay, let's start. Let's start the anime smash or pass. So Kazuma Kuwabara is from, I believe, Ghost Fighter. Yes. Ghost Fighter. Anong gentle? Ghost Fighter. Anong gentle? Sasampalin kita gamit ang aking dragon. Dragon na may tatong sisiu. That parody is so fucking funny though. It's engraved in my memory. Wait, let me put my model a little bit smaller. Like that one is so crazy. Okay. Anong gentle? Sak. Anong gentle? Ano nung sagot yun? What? Hi, Christ. Damn. Hello. Damn, you clearly look like a kid. How are you able to access my what? How are you able to access my stream? I can't even do it too. I can't. I can't do it. Oh my god. I can't believe, like, what? How old are you? How are you able to see me? My stream is tagged as 18 plus. I swear this TikTok kids can access my stream even though I said it as 18 plus. The fuck? Like, can you see that shit? That shit is like, that's a kid right there. How are you able to use the platform? God damn. Anyway, going back to the Smasher Pass. I'm a pass because this character. Oh my god, the ads, man. All right, Rudis. Oh my god, am I gonna be entering the harem? Hmm. Do I enter Rudis harem? I mean, I'm gonna be dealing with Aries and the elf. I forgot the name. Bruh. Bruh. Do I want to be in the gray rat harem? Oh my goodness. But I mean, bro has ED. Bro had ED. This is erectile dysfunction. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. I'm a pass. I'm a pass. I'm sorry, Rudis. I know you're a great guy, but I'm not gonna enter your harem, bro. Kirari Momobami. Oh, hi, mommy. Hi. Oh my god. Hi, mommy. Hi. Hi. Oh my god. Yes, I'm a smash. Fuck the ads, man. Can I just like... No. Can I not? Uh... No! What the fuck is that? What the fuck? No! God damn these ads, man. What the fuck? Huh? Bruh. I swear. What? Bruh. Anime. Anime Smasher Pass.
Suck.
Bro, what? It immediately redirects me to fucking ad ridden website. Why?
You see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland Signature Purified Water using
wanna...
code NDMU.
Bruh. I hate this ads. Bro, what the fuck? It was working earlier. What do you mean? Bruh. Fine. I'm gonna find a different one. What about this one? I guess this one. Aw. This one has a bad template though. Hold on. Oh my god. The fuck was that? Can I just have the... Okay. I'll stop right there and then okay, ad blocker is on. Okay. Should be okay now. Right. Okay. Oh my god. It's so good, man. Dying from ads. I have an ad blocker, but like whenever I click on the website, it still opens an ad, and I'm like, what the fuck? Now she's dying from ads from setting up classic. The scuff. Yes, okay. We're gonna okay. Inosuke, I mean, I'm sure he's got a big pee. What man? Ugh. Like you gotta hear like Kirito. You gotta hear like Kirito, the Kirito voice. I'm a big I'm a big VA simp, so Japanese VA, the Japanese VA for Inosuke is the Japanese VA for Kirito and a lot more. So like when I hear the VA, I'm like, yes. But yeah, I mean, character wise, I don't think I'll be able to handle Inosuke. He's very childish. He has a lot of communication problems. So no. And also yes, he's a minor. We are passing. What? Do we do this again? I passed. Arimakana! The waifu. Yes, I smash. Katakuri Charlotte. Wait, what? Is this from One Piece? Is this from One Piece or One Piece? I have no idea. I guess I don't watch One Piece. But based on how he looks, he's a grown man. If he's a grown man, I will smash. Okay. Utena Tenjo. Oh, the art looks the art looks like old anime. Like we're talking about 90s anime. So, but she looks like a mommy. So, hi, mommy, hi. I smash. Deidara! He's a villain, right? Isn't he a villain? I saw the that quote is very familiar. No, I say pass. Shinichi Izumi. Hey, isn't this Parasite? Izumi Shinichi Parasite, the one with Migi? I think so. I think the character name there is Shinichi. Steins Gate? Really? Wait, hold on. Let's do a search. Yeah, I know it. I know it is from Parasite. So, if he's with Mickey, I'ma say no. Imagine, oh my god. No, Miggy, please. Miggy, stop. I can't. So in one package. But I'm gonna be scared of Miggy. Miggy's kind of mischievous. But Shinichi, I don't know. I'm a pass. I'm a pass. Shiroganeke. Wait. What anime? I forgot. I forgot the anime. I forgot. I forgot. I think I. Oh my god. What anime is this? Oh yeah. Shirogane. Yeah. Kaguya. I'm not updated with it. That's why I'm like. The art looks familiar. The name looks familiar, but I can't remember. So it was Kaguya. Yeah, I'm not updated with the anime. I've only watched season 1. I don't know how many much more. Good night, Fire. Thank you for hanging out. Good night. Sleep well. Alrighty. I'm gonna pass because it's a kid. Probably the Shirogane, the older guy, and also they're all in high school, so I'm like, yeah, bruh. Passing that shit. Incest! Hikigaya is a minor. I'm sorry. I'm gonna pass. Oh my god. Nika nika ni. Nika nika ni. Nika nika ni. Honestly, if she's older, I'm a smash. She's a waifu, maybe, because she's an idol. So yeah, and she's known for that Nico Nico ni stuff. when Love Live when Love Live came out in the Philippines, like there's a lot of Nico Yazawa cosplayers in the community. Like holy shit, bro, y'all gonna chill with the Nico Nico ni, bro. Nico Nico ni, Nico Nico ni. Oh, like I can't, bro. I can't. There's a lot of Nico cosplayers before when I was still cosplaying back then, and there's like, oh my god, it's all Love Live group cosplays and stuff. And I'm like, bruh. Wait, why did my stuff change? You know what? Let's hold on. Let me try and find my stuff. And we will play anime songs on top of it. Cause why not? But yes, so 내가 더 싫다. 감히の エゴイストそれがどうした勝ちたいに理由などない These are low energy. Honestly, I might have been just like prepping myself for a high energy because I just woke up around 4 a.m. I just woke up around 4 a.m. and then I'm like, bruh, I feel so drained. I want to sleep more, but I can't because I promised to stream today. And I was late because I had to feed Noggy. I had to tend to her. I had to what you call this? I had to eat as well. I have to cook stuff. So yeah.
Time
Welcome
to
back,
hydrate
Zoinks,
with
and
some
thank you, Carvin, for the
Kirkland
hydrate.
Signature Purified Waltu
Using code Andy Moon. Andy Moon. Thank you. Oh my god, that's so good. Fuck, did I forgot to. Oh shit, I forgot to check it out. Senshin aru nani. Agake, 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 tsukami toe. Where is it? Hold on. No. This I have already. This one I have already. Baku wa ikitai. Aku suru koto nai. Oh my god, I'm sorry for the burp. I'm finally done with sweating bullets today, like dripping. Oh my god, stay hydrated if you're sweating a lot. Replace it with electrolytes, okay? It's something heartful, yes, and I hope it's good. So what did you miss? It's only a few scuffs in here and there. It's okay. I just barely started. Okay, let's go with the Nico Nico Ni. I pass. Oh my god. Hey, daddy. Hi. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. But it looks like a... Why does it look like a high schooler? And the name is a Chinese, so it's probably a Chinese anime, which I'm not familiar with. Wu Xianwei. Wu Xianwei. Let me search it. Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation. Oh my god. That picture is so hot, man. Hey. Hey, hot is hot. Hey, he's hot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why does it look so hot? Oh my god, yes. I was smash. Okay, smash. Oh, Tokoyami! Oh my god, but you're a high schooler. I'm sorry, but also my one of my question is like, since Tokoyami is part bird and birds don't have reproductive stuff like dangling out of them, does that mean he doesn't have a pee-pee? He doesn't have balls? I mean, just that's just my curiosity. That I'm like, well, I'm a pass. Kurena. Wait. This is 86, if I remember. Kurena Kukumilla. Wait. It is 86. Ha. Hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Wait, can I open this and now I'll just open a Google search here. Okay. Wait, what happened to my music? Bruh! Really specific. Time to eat my collages for dinner. Have a good collages, din. Yes, I'll be eating and watching. Okay. Feel free to lurk and stuff. Eat well. You better hydrate double, okay? Okay. If I remember, the ones from 86 are kids as well, but like, I mean, Kurena is like a tsundere type of person if I remember. So I guess I'm not, yeah, I'm a pass. Hiye! Dragon! Na may tattoo city. Dragon na may tattoo sisiw. You guys, you should see this ghost fighter. Anong gentle. Hold on. Let me just wait. Ano, anong gentle? Oh my god, this is such a Filipino type shit. Filipino meme at this point. So funny. I'm gonna play it.
Nalabas ko na ang aking dragon eh. Dragon na may tatong sisiyo. Gusto mo bang makita ang aking 100% lakas? Sige, kapatid ko. Ilabas mo na ang iyong 100%. Sandali lang. Ito na ang aking 100% lakas. Magsisimulan na po ang paglalaman sa pagitan ni Taguro at ni Eugene. Kumanda ka, Eugene. Isasampal ko sa'yo ang ulo ng kuting ko, Eugene. Kumanda ka. Ulo pa lang. 3 inches na, Eugene. Kumanda ka na kahit kasama mo si Master Jeremiah. Sasampalin kita ng burat, Eugene. Kumanda ka na. Eugene, para matalo mo si Taguro, ipapasa ko sa'yo ang aking kapangyarihan. Nararamdaman ko na ang lakas mo, Master Jeremiah. Simulan na ang lalaban! Eugene, ano ba ang gusto mo mangyari, Eugene? Sasakalin ka ng titi ko, Eugene. Wala akong pakialam sa regan mo, Eugene. Supot ka pa, Eugene.
Support ka pa, Eugene.
muna.
Patuli ka muna.
Tinuli na ako ni Master Jeremiah.
Si Master Jeremiah ay isang puta.
puta.
Tangin na yung dalawa. Sige, kapatid ko. Ilabas mo ang iyong titi. Imol mo sa leeg ni Eugene.
Ibon mo sila, Eugene.
Kalabanan pala aking espada.
Kahit magtulong-tulong pa kayo mga putang ina nyo, hindi nyo ako matatalo. Mga putang ina nyo, kaputapataan ng mga ina nyo. Magsama-sama kayong mga putang ina nyo, tarantado kayo. Fucking shit, fuck you, motherfucker. Narinig nyo ba? Ang tendero ng balot. Nasa labas ng kalsada ang putang ina, tendero ng balot. Huwag ka magpun dito, tanginan to. Mababayros yung PC. Kumakain ako ng hilaw na bayag. Puno ng buhok. Eugene, ang liit ng titi mo. Hindi ka ubra sa akin, Eugene.
Kumakala ako. Nakita mo na ba ang espada ni Alfred? Gano'n rin ang hindi ko.
Wala kang kwenta.
Wala lang yun.
Patay gutom. Patay gutom kang putang ina mo ka.
Patay ko.
One more time. Alaga namin si Puti. Kang mataba, bakang maputi.
I'm dying. I can't breathe. It's too much. It's still so funny after so long. Oh my god. Oh my god. Only Filipinos can understand that so well and laugh a lot. Oh my god. I could translate it, but I guess my translation wouldn't even matter at this point. But it's just full of trash talk stuff. Bading ang puta. I'm sorry, Sharky. I'm sorry you just came out on the wrong timing on the stream. How are you? So good morning. I was doing anime Smasher Pass, and then I stumbled about Hiei. He's called like Dennis in in Filipino Ghost Fighter dub. So yeah. Oh my god. Don't tell me you haven't seen Ghost Spider. That's a classic. That's a classic. That is a classic like anime meme, a Ghost Fighter meme in the Philippines. Like it is very old. The mics are crusty as fuck, but it's so fucking funny still. Oh my goodness. Oh shit, there's an ad break on Purple app. I'll wait for y'all. I'll wait for y'all. Oh my god. Okay. I'm back. You watch SpongeBob Filipino version? I forgot the name. Wait, what? There's a Filipino version? I might remember it if I... yeah.
King Glued.
You forgot the name. There's a funny version. Okay, when you find it, send it to me on TikTok. Don't worry. You can just send it on DMs or something. I guess. I don't know. I'm dying. Oh my god, it's so good. That was a good laugh. Oh my god. When they were trapped in the forest thingy, I haven't seen it probably. Oh my god. Ah, hero too. I am a hero too. My heart is sad, and I won't back down. Hero too. Strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. Hi Shelly, hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Hi TikTok people, I'm not forgetting y'all, okay? We can still chill. So I'm doing an anime Smasher Pass right now as part of like my donos on goals, because yesterday it was the anime Smasher Pass goal was met, so I'm doing the Smasher Pass stream today. Yes. Oh yeah, by the way. Oh shit, the ad break. Okay, time to speedrun posting a workshop. Feel free, chill Zoe. Take your time. I'll be back. Take care, Sharky. Have fun. Alright, just a few seconds. And we're done with the ads. We'll judge for no reason at all. Oh yeah, I believe I should... I should sing that one time. Okay. On my next sing stream, or if someone like makes me sing on stream, probably when someone donates, I could, yes. I could sing Hero too. Yes. They may look down on me and count me out. Oh my god, I busted my throat again from laughing so much. Nagpaparinig si Nachi. No! Hey, don't make me sing. Carvin, were you here when I was showing the ghost spider? I was laughing a lot. My heart is sad, and I will back down. Hero too, strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe. So when I see I have met so many heroes in my life, gave me strength and courage to survive. Gave me the power to smile every day. I'm a smash on Hiei because he's one of my childhood crush. Hey, Nazuna! Ah, yes, Queen. Yes. I'm a smash that vampire. Any vampire I see, I smash. Just kidding. But I like vampires a lot. Yuki Soma! Oh my god. Honestly, you should be the one that ended up with Toru, but I don't know why they did that to Toru. It's so unfair, bruh. But they're high schoolers, but I mean, he's husband material, honestly. And I kind of didn't like how he ended up with like the most random villager C type of character, the silent girl. Cause honestly, I was rooting for Yuki to be with Toru, but she ended up with the cat guy. I'm like, why? Yuki's obviously better. Like Yuki is yes. So I smash Enkidu. From what anime? Sometimes other do it a troll. I hate it though. Like so bad. Deja vu! I was screaming this time before, higher than the beat, and you know it's the thing to go. Hi, Noggy. Hi. Oh, we have a dog right now. Hi. What does the Noggy want? The Noggy want some hobbies? Does the Noggy want some hobbies? Okay. I'm gonna give it. Okay. But ow, Nogi, your nails are hurting me. Ow. Emotion. Deja vu. I haven't seen this time before. And then now it's the place to go. Whoa, deja vu. Okay. Are you done? Noggy? You done? Is the Noggy done? Noggy done? Okay. More? You want more? Damn, what a greedy dog. No. Tanggal mo. Excuse me. Okay na po. Me just scrolling through the Steam store. I tell you, don't. Save yourself while it's still early. Bark. Good. Very good. Sales. Relax, I only have 300 pesos. Oh boy. That's a Nogi, yes. Yeah, she's very energetic now. It's like, oh, I don't know if you hear her, she's just zooming in my bed right now. Just doing some zoomies here and there. All right. Is that my tabby mommy wife? Hi, Nicola. How is it? How is the wife? How is the wife doing? Nuggy! It's me! And the coffee! No. Is it the Nicola? Oh shit, I forgot to. Wife is drained and exhausted. Oh no, what happened? I thought you were gaming with the gang. Weren't you gaming with everyone? Were we dog? Were you a dog? Oh yeah. You're just chilling with dog. Is he? Is it okay? Wait, let me make the gang hydrate. I don't hear them though, so I'm just gonna claim hydrate and then just leave. All right, this and then let's make Doc drink as well.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland Signature Purified
No.
Waltu using code
Andy Moo. Oh, you're with Doc just in bed. Oh, just woke up that way today. Oh no. I feel you on that. I'm also that way. I woke up so a bit drained today and a bit exhausted. And I did want to sleep more, but I'm like, yeah, but I promised a stream today. So yeah. have a good lurkies with the dog though. Like he's doing good, right? He's doing great. That if that's the case, yes. Okay. And then I wait. Okay, I thought Frost already dropped a big number. Okay. Okay, and coffee doesn't have a hydrate redeem, so yeah. I'll just make bat drink as well. Where the hydrate? Where the hydrate? I claim hydrate and the stretch reminder and an unshrimp one. And then I do a fish spinning. And I say I don't hear because lurkies, but please stay hydrated. Alrighty, now we are done doing the rounds of making my friends hydrate because we like making people hydrated and stuff. Gotta make them healthy and stuff, right? Right. Gotta care for our friends. I'm back now. I just slept like poop last night. Oh no. Yeah, you had two streams yesterday, so kind of understandable. Like, it's it's hard. The energy is like not there again. Like, I would understand that. Welcome back, Sharky. My friend said just search SpongeBob Tagalog meme. I'll do that later. I'm doing an anime smasher pass right now, but yeah, we'll do that later. If you could remind me for it later, yeah. Yeah, but I do it for my friends, my husbands and wives are boarded. Yeah. Aw, that's so sweet. Mwah, 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 mwah. Me like Nicola. Alright. What the fuck? Okay. What Smasher Pass? So it's what you see on the screen. So it depends if I like the anime character. If I like that character and like if Smash, it means I could date them and stuff. If Pass, I will not date them. Something like that. Yeah. Yes. We're doing an anime Smasher Pass. I like it the Nazi. I like it the Nicola too. Mwah. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Tabi mommy boy. Mwah. Wait, you're on necromancer mode today. Oh, step on me, Goth mommy. Okay, let me continue. I don't know what this Enkidu guy is. I don't know what anime he's from. Oh, he's from the Fate franchise. I didn't know. Honey, he looks like he's old enough and stuff from this picture. I'm not familiar. I haven't watched. Okay, just to be perfectly clear, I haven't watched any of the Fate series. I do want to watch it though. Yes. Is this a website? It is. Hi, Randall! Oh my god, I miss you! How are you? It's been so long. How are you doing? Are you taking care of yourself? I am in necromancer mode for sure. Yes, step on me, mommy. Just kidding. I love you, Dom. Rhythm, how are you? You're dying. No! No dying in this household. How is work treating you so bad? Oh no, are you? Please take care of yourself. Aww. My poor wife IRL got the brunt of the mood shift. Oh boy. Oh boy. The poor. Oh no. Oh no. The poor wife. No. I'm be going now. The barangay needs me, but I still want to watch. Aw, it's okay, Sharky. If you guys catch me later, it's okay. Have a yes. I don't know what your work is, but yeah, good luck with that. So if you're dealing with politics or like you're in like in the public service, yeah, feel free to go. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. You're you can go back later if I'm still live. Okay. Luckily, she's sweet and understand the warning signs. Aww. Oh my god, I can relate to that, Nicola, because like lately I've been so emotional and like always mood shifting. And then my boyfriend was like, yeah, he was like very understanding and caring, supportive, and when my and then my period came, and then I'm like, oh, so that's why I'm very moody and emotional and craving a lot of food. It was like, yeah, you kind of gave those signs. But yeah, he took the brunt of the mood shifts too, and he was so very patient with me. So I'm like, aww. It's not work. It's that no one can give me another job, which means I can only afford food. Oh no. Oh my god. Are you still actively finding another job or like another side job? Num num. Are you eating, Cosmic? What are you eating right now? Yeah, I like Sawano Hiroyuki. Yes, I'm a big fan of Sawano Hiroyuki and Kajiura Yuki. I like those two a lot. Over 200 applications? God damn. The economy is that bad, I guess. I am so sorry that is happening to you, Rhythm. I do hope you get one soon. Bye bye, Sharky. Be safe. Be safe outside. Stay hydrated. Stay under the shade. It's hot today in the Philippines. Alright. Enkidu is a smash for me. Okay. I'ma smash this guy. Diablo! Oh, yes! Yes! As soon as I see Diablo, I'm like, yes! Yes! Big! Big yes! Oh my god. Voices of the Court, Avid. Yeah, I was listening to Avid earlier. And I also like Voices of the Court. Yes. Diablo always a smash. I know, right? No hesitation. Yes. It's like, yes, daddy. Smash that shit. Jimena, wife material, wife material. I'm like, wife. I wish she would have, I don't want to spoil. I'ma just smash. Kuya Nagi, anak ko. Yes! Cosplayer. Oh my god, hold on, BRB. My maid is here, I think. Yeah, my maid is here. BRB, I'll be back.
I'm gonna come.
Woke up. Put your finger away, woke up. I don't want to have sex with you right now, woke up.
good humbug Halloween. Alright. Oh, Doc Redeem na hydrate? Yes, I'm a hydrate. Okay. I refilled my water bottle as well while I was gone. Okay. Ah, and also got a snacky. I got my overnight oats ready. Yes. Ready to eat. Hell yeah. Gone when I came again. I guess I'm a typical. Bruh. That's crazy, Shadow. Also, hi. Another Sawana composed song. Which one? Wait, Mad Kid? Mad Kid? What? Really? I'm a big Mad Kid fan. I don't know, but like ever since I discovered them through Tate no Yusha, I'm like I like this boy band, this Japanese boy band, and then I'm like I fell into a rabbit hole of their songs. I like some of their songs that are not even used for anime. But I haven't been updated recently, but I was like for like probably 6 months, I was just like a big Mad Kid fan. Just keep on using their songs repeatedly on like my working stuff, and I get so hyped up. Hi 3D, hello. Oh my god, I hope you're still on stream, but hi. Welcome. Sorry, I went to BRB earlier because yeah, my helper came and I'm like, yeah, I gotta I gotta open the door for her and stuff and tell her what to do for the day. So yeah. Hi, TikTok people, hi. Okay, let's continue. So, Hanako Koyanagi is from that anime that has she's a cosplayer. It's that anime with these two couples. So one is like she's like a side character, I think. I'm not sure if I remember it correctly, but I believe she is like a supporting character. But the main character is like the other girly pop and the other guy. I'm not sure. Or is they are like four, like all four of them are like that. But yeah. Believe. Bring back. Stand back. Whoa. I found a game named after. Oh yeah, yesterday. That was so funny. Before Kenshi joined the stream yesterday, I was talking with Zoinks about something, and then he said like, "Oh, I found a game on Steam called Kenshi." I'm like, what the fuck? There's a game named after Ken. It was so funny. They're fighting your way. Bring back. Stand back. All right. Okay. Tracking. Hello, hi, tracking. Hi, I'm here. Okay. Let's go back. So I must smash this girly pop because she's so serious at work, but and more serious with cosplay stuff. I like her. She's such a cool cosplayer too at it. So I'm like, whoa. I don't know if I'll be able to play Deep Rock at this point. I might just do Anime Smasher Pass and just chill. Tachibana Rui. Hold on. What anime is it? She looks so familiar. Oh, I know it. Domestic girlfriend. I know it. Of course, I'm gonna smash. Yumi Harasaki. Have I seen her somewhere? Yeah, I think I've watched this anime too. I just don't remember what. Wait, what's the anime? I know it! It's Inspector! Oh, yeah, she's the police officer. I haven't watched season 2 of this. Yeah, I haven't watched season 2. I do want to watch season 2 though. I like this anime. Yeah, I made that game, huh? Stop trolling. Bruh. Ken just trolling Zoinks at this point. 息が止めます。僕痛めます。生きているのに寂しい。生きてます笑って生きてます君がここにいないのになんでねえ笑っていいよねえ泣いてもいいよねえ怒っていいよ好きになっていいよI like Deco27. I don't know how to pronounce her name properly, but that's how I see it. It's Deco27. She does it so good. Oh, I like this one. I like this song. It's this song is about long distance relationship. Yeah. Thank you for the headband. Good. Are you hydrating properly though? Yes. Do you have work today? Hopefully not. Happy weekend to everyone. Yes. Nope. Oh, I see. Yeah, no worries. Good. That's good. Okay, let's go to this one. I mean, she kind of dumb on the anime. I'm a pass. I don't like police. Koneko Tojo. I did just come back around now. Good morning then, Cuckoo. Good morning. I mean, this is from a saucy anime, but she's still a minor. Oh my god, she's a waifu's material? No. If I remember correctly, she's the timid one. Yeah, I'm a pass. Toby! Yes, a smash. Yuta, oh my god. When I watched this movie, I'm like, bruh, he's OP as fuck. Smash to me. That's crazy. Wala ateru kimi da na naiteru no kimi da te 好きだよ僕だってまた会えるよ待ってる Okay. I mean, he's a high schooler. Why would I? Also, like, bruh, he dead. I'ma pass. Mugen, have I seen you somewhere? The art looks like it's from a Chinese anime. I don't know. He looks bad, like a villain bad, you know. I'ma pass. Cruel Tempest! Yes! My queen! A vampire! Yes! I bite with you. Ha! I like Cruel, even though she's a villain and stuff. I'm like, yes, smash that lolly body. She has a lolly body, but god damn, she old as fuck.
Time to hydrate with some
Kirkland
signature
purified water using code NDMOON. Thank you, Skazumi, for the hydrate. May I open up? No. Cruel is like one of the oldest vampires, so she just has the petite body, which is very fossil. I'm a smash Cruel Tempest, bro. Minato Namikaze. Yes. Naruto's dad. Very convenient. What do you mean? And また会いましょうと指のあちらい目が覚めた立ち止ま Is that the bat? Hi, bat. Are you hydrating properly? No. You're done streaming? No. How was the stream? Feed me? What? Why? Are you hungry, Cosmic? What happened? I don't know why, but I heckin' EP usually I go for a lot longer. So yeah, I'm surprised you're like done streaming already. Like what? Well, if you're EP, feel free to just lurky and take a nappy and stuff. Yeah. Or yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's like super early for you though. Kumade oite kita mono wa munami suki dakara elabi nagara watashi ni natte ite. Technically, this cause it's only 9 p.m. Yeah, like you usually are still working at around this time, right? If I remember. So I'm like, what? You might have been drained from like streaming or like stuff. If you need some rest, yeah. Get that alone time and recharge some energy. You deserve the good head pat and the good rest, Bat. You did so well. You're doing so well. Yes, sleep is also very important. Yeah, catching up on sleep. Yes, that is good. I'm proud of you. A big proud of a Bat. Yes, wiggle. Honestly, I do want an wiggle emote too. I'm just waiting for Emote Lab to have it. You want some hand holding? Just kidding. Okay, I'm gonna continue with the smasher pass. Okay, I'ma be like, you know, smashing Naruto's dad. Cause why not? I mean, I'm a smash. I'm a smash. Oh my god. Yes. Even though he's a villain, I will smash this guy because he looks so handsome. Oh my god. I don't know why they made him so fucking handsome. Like, stop. Oh my god. Kasumi Miwa. Waifu material, honestly. Yes, waifu material. But I believe she's also underage. Smash? Goddamn Ken. What? What? Damn. It's already March. What the flip? Hi, asshole. How are you? It's been so long. I hope you're having fun and having a good time today. Please stay hydrated, asshole, okay? I have the ability to smash. What? Okay, I say. She's a very responsible person too. So I'm like, does it like? It's not bad to smash, right? Yeah, I'm a smash. Imamura Kohei. Where have I seen this character? Wait, let me search. Kohei. It's from Grand Blue. Oh, yeah, he's that guy. I remember, like, oh my god. I remember this clip I saw on Grand Blue where they're like trying to make each other drink, but then turns out it's not water, it's alcohol, and then they're like just that was a funny one. Yeah, that's a funny one. Yeah. Alright. I must smash this guy because his humor is so good. Even though I haven't watched the anime, I feel like I'm gonna be a good terms with that guy. Howl, yes, daddy Howl, yes. Yes. Honestly, why not? No, just kidding. He's a high schooler. Nishinoya, you? Could I handle everyday screaming? No. But he's a good guy, honestly. He's a good guy. I'm a pass though. Idemi! A classic anime. Oh my god. I'm a pass though. I'm sorry. Asamita ka? I'm not sure. Have I? Oh, from Chainsaw Man. I'm a pass. Looks like a kid. I'm a pass that shit. Yeah, that Hardy! Yes! Smash! I'm a big sip. I'm a big Hardy sip. I like Hardy Mia so much. Hardy is like that very dependable woman. Yeah, a bit obnoxious, but man, she's very dependable. I like Hardy's character a lot. I'm a smash. Okay. Okay. He's an adult. Yes. He's a villain. Yes. I'm just wondering if it's full of muscles. Does that mean it's muscly down there too? Yo, hello. Oh my god, Eugene, welcome back. back. How are you today? Good morning, good evening. How are you? Okay, I'm gonna eat my overnight oats while I'm yapping. But Reiner, I believe no. Because I kind of don't like his personality in the anime. I know he has his reasons for it, but still, I don't. I'm passing. Gintama. I mean, this is funny shit. It's gonna make me laugh a lot, probably. I could smash this guy. Okay, smash. Kenzo Tenma. What anime you from? What anime is this? Monster? Oh, I haven't watched this. Looks like an old anime to me. Like very old, like the art style and stuff. I'll pass though. Jolene! Yes! I'm a smash. Anything from JoJo, I'm gonna be like smash. No, just kidding. But Jolene is one of the protagonists of the series, so yeah. That's why I know I haven't watched any single episode of JoJo, but I know the motherfucking characters because of a lot of people. Heinrich Rung. Looks like an old anime again. But I'ma pass that shit. I don't know what anime you are from. Shinsuke Takasugi. You look like a daddy material. You look like a daddy material. Are you? Oh, from Gintama. I know it. Like the art style. What is a villain? I mean, yeah, I'ma pass. Futabario. I recognize the art style. And a very familiar. A very familiar blah 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 blah. I know it. Is it from the Bunny Girl one? I believe it's from the Bunny Girl anime. The art style looks like from the Bunny Girl anime. Yeah. So it's probably a high schooler, so I guess not. No, I don't remember her honestly, like at all, so pass. Mia Chinen. Mia? Looks like a villain to me. I don't remember. I don't know. Okay, we'll base it from the picture. Looks like a kid to me, so I'ma pass. Zen Wistaria! Yes! Yes. I'm a smash. Hey, daddy. Aba, Narancia Girga. Honestly, is she a protagonist? I don't know. From JoJo? Haven't watched JoJo. I've never watched JoJo. Oh, I see. She's a protagonist again? What? It's not a she? It's a guy? What? What? That's crazy. Looks like a guy. It looks like a girl to me though. It's just the art style. The art style is kind of rough with JoJo. It's a JoJo trademark art style. But it looks like a girl to me. I'm a smash. I'd say. Sosuke Mitsuba looks like a kid to me. A kid and a villain looks like from the picture. Gives me. I think I saw this art style somewhere. Wait, let me just search the name. Oh, from Hanako-kun. Oh, one of the protagonists too. Oh, I see. One of the main characters. Well, if that's the case, it's a kid. I'm a pass. Kirose Akane? Yes. I watched this anime. It's so good. Like she's she's like in love with this neat guy that not really is it a neat? Yeah, like but she's in love with this guy that's like playing games and stuff. A gamer. So yeah. I'm a smash. Megumi, oh my god, I will marry her just because she can cook so good. She's a timid person. I would just smash her for the sake of she can cook so good food for me. And she can fillet fish so good. Oh my god. I like seafood. I'm a smash. Yamada. Isn't this like a sister of Yamada? The Yamada anime? Or is this a mom? Bruh, why are you two smashing already? God damn. I haven't watched the Yamada anime. Hold on, she's an actress? What? What anime is this? What anime is this? Wait, what? Yeah, The Danger's in My Heart. Yeah. Oh, it's not a. Oh, I was thinking of Tadakun something. It was from The Dangers in My Heart. Oh my god, that's a good anime. I haven't watched it though, but I heard that it's so good. The Dangers in My Heart, high school girl, and then these two just instantly smash. But I mean, if she's that good, I mean, yeah, I guess so. Okay, I'm a smash. Because she looks like a mommy to me. She looks like a mommy. Although, like, she looks like a mommy character, you know? Smash. Inori Yuzure! Yes! Smash! Smash! Kaminari Denki, I'm a pass. He'll just electrocute me and be a dum-dum. On the other hand, hi. Oh my god, hi. Tokito, wait, is Tokito under 18 plus? I believe he's 18 plus. He's a Hashira already. He's 14? What? I thought he's old already, like Rengoku, or like, you know, because he's a Hashira. God damn, he's just 14. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna pass. Iroha Ishiki. So, what's this anime from? Let me. Oh, Oregairu. Oh my goodness. Pass. Yes. Smashing that shit, bro. Smash that button. Yes, daddy. Yes, dad. Oh my Tsudaken. Tsudaken. I like Tsudaken. I like the VA of Kento Nanami. Oh my God. Daddy, yes. Yes, daddy. Yes. Smash that shit, bro. And then a lolly comes by. He's the youngest Hashira. He smashed a high school girl with 60. Why are we asking questions? I don't know. Hi, Bill. Hi. How are you? Good morning. Okay. Why knocking a table now? No, I was smashing the table. Okay, I'm gonna pass this shit. This yes. Yes. I'd smash Ayanamide in a heartbeat. Oh no, Kirby, no. No. Don't eat the character, no. Ascoryo. The art style looks like from the Promised Neverland. Looks like that. The art style. I haven't searched. Hold on, let me check. Oh, Devilman Crybaby? Really? I didn't know. I'd say pass. Ushiyokofune. The art style looks so old. I believe it's an old anime. Wait, it's from Summertime. Oh my god! Why did they use such an old? Why did they use such illustration? Summertime rendering is good. I haven't finished it. Like I didn't drop it midway. I just didn't have the chance to continue the anime. I do wanna continue this anime though because the plot twist in this anime is so good. They say. Y'all see the new anime coming out about Mustache Man being reincarnated as a high school girl? Isn't that the usual stuff right now? Like old man, an old geezer turn into a beautiful girl and stuff in another world, and it's OP. Yeah. Wait, the monster done already, Zoinks? What? Damn. I'll check it maybe on another day. I don't remember what it's called. Can you still play Left 4 Dead 2, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes a friend invited me to call up or play with. Yeah. Old man, not the mustache man. Oh, what? There's an anime about that guy? About that guy? The kitten? The kit yes. What? What the fuck? That's crazy. Hold on. I keep getting distracted. For now, I'll see you off.
Conclude.
I'll try this one first. Wait, there's no. Okay. I'm back. That's crazy. Yes, Zoinks. I will send me a link. What? I will send me a link. What? What? Like historic figures get reincarnated as young people and fight for something the big age. Really? The main villain? Classic is still a villain. Sending yourself a link? Yeah, I know, right? Okay, I'm gonna go back to the anime session pass. I know this girlie is underage and I don't trust her much. Nadumi! Ah! My queen! Yes, I smash. Decim! Bruh. Who doesn't like Decim, bruh? Who doesn't like Decim? He's like, bruh. Like, bruh. He's the butler, you know? The butler style person. Very dependable and stuff. But he might be emotionally... Yeah. There might be problems with emotional stuff. But I mean, smash. Medio! Ooh! Man, if you were in a high schooler, bruh. Honestly, Medio is just so goated in this anime. I don't know why they nerfed him. So crazy though. Lemillion was one of the big, probably. His powers is so good. And he uses it so good. Honestly. Imagine all you can do is just like control your body if you can go through walls and stuff, and you can drag people with you once you touch them. Crazy, right? It's so good. It's so good. Especially for support stuff. Yeah. But like he can also use it like his powers to like do a lot of stuff. Yeah. I meant send me your mod. Oh, I've been slacking on anime because of work. Oh yeah, same. I haven't watched an anime for like 2 weeks, 1 week. Yeah, I need to catch up a lot. I might need like a day of like binging anime. Just binging, watching, you know. But I keep on getting distracted with like people, not people. I keep getting distracted with editing stuff. I have a lot to edit and stuff with the VTuber grind and stuff. Yeah. And also work, because work is so hectic lately. So yeah. I hate job. Oh my god. Yeah, you gotta censor that shit. It's so like bruh. Smash. Rock Lee! Oh man. Oh, I saw Rock Lee in his like aged version. He is fucking hot, man. He is fucking hot. Like on Boruto, I think. Was it on Boruto? Yeah. I kind of saw him, like a clip of him. Yeah, like he showed up and I'm like, holy. And he's a OP, bruh. He's a OP. I'm a smash. Suruga Kanbaru. Looks like what? I forgot the anime. I know it. That art style. Okay, so back in Monogatari. I guess I'll pass. Leone Abacho. Wait. It's another JoJo character, so Sasageyo, Sasageyo, Shizo, Sasageyo. Sasageyo, Sasageyo, Shizo, Sasageyo. Alright, I guess I'm a smash because she looks so badass. I swear if Frieren shows up, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, huh? Zoinks one, huh? No, just Shin looks like a hardworking guy. I don't know what anime you are, but smash. Makima! Smash that shit, bro. Smash it. Like smash, like smash. Big smash, bro. Big smash. Mommy! Big mommy material. Good. Saitama! Honestly, I'll have a problem with the relationship with Saitama, but bro, he can kill me in an instant. Just flick his finger, I'ma be sent flying. I have to be very, very strong to be able to smash this guy. He's gonna smash me instead. I'm a pass. That's a smash. Oh my god. The same VA. Same VA. Same VA as Gento Nanami. Tatsu. Oh my god. I'm a smash. Just smash. He's very dependable. He's very very responsible. Like imagine going to the supermarket like, where's the white stuff? Just like, give me the good stuff, man. Give me the white stuff. Where is the white stuff? Smash that button. Crazy, bro. Like
good a cub.
Like all those smash, bro, I'ma smash that shit so good. It's it's boa. It's boa. Smash that, bro. Even Sagiri, what? Wait, even Sagiri. Oh my goodness. I'ma smash that. I'ma smash. Why? Why are we getting so many good guys now? Oh my god. Even though this guy is a villain, I'm like, yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Yes, I smash you. Shang-Chi! Wah! 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 All the vampires. Yes, I smash, even though she's very needy and she's very clingy. That is me. And that is me. I'm a needy. I'm a clingy. I smash. Ay, sama. Oh, Ippo Makunotsi. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Let me change the song. I miss this song though. Honeyworks is so good though. Onaji kurasu. Onaji da yo. Sonde sanai ka ne. Okay, I'm gonna just like it's full of Yuki Kajiura. I mean, I'll just leave it like that, I guess. I like Kajiura Yuki anyway. Ippo Makunotchi. Yeah, will he bunch me though? But Ippo is just so very earnest. Ippo is just a very earnest person and like very dedicated to his work though. And imagine we have an IRL Ippo Makunotchi in the Philippines called Manny Pacquiao, and he's now a senator, a fucking politician in the country. It's crazy. Oh my god. He smashed with Dempsey. Like, imagine he's like, you throw things at him, he will just like dodge like Dempsey. Like, Dempsey roll that shit. Dempsey roll that shit, bro. Dempsey roll that shit. Okay. I'm a smash though. Nakahara Misaki. Looks like a kid. Pass. Miko Nakano! Hey. Quintessential quintuplets. Who you bet with the quintuplets? Who you bet with the quintuplets? Hey. But honestly, I'm gonna smash all of them, like, bruh. Nagisa! Oh my god. Aww. Classic. Clannad classic. Clannad is a classic. I'm gonna smash. Kita kawan Marin! Even though she's a high schooler, bro, she's a very dedicated cosplayer. Marin Kitagawa, smash. Senshi! Bro, I will live a long time with Senshi, you know? I will live a long time with Senshi. He's the goat. He's the one that carried the team there. If he weren't for him, this anime is not existing. Smash. Wait. I've seen this anime. Is it from Gintama as well? I believe. Hold on, let me search. Oh, it's from the Bakemonogatari as well. Oh my god. What? Kamiya Hiroshi is a VA? Isn't he a fossil too? I believe? I'm gonna smash, I guess. Jin-Woo's song. Wait, isn't this the Jin-Woo song? Jin-Woo? Wait, why is it Jin-Woo's song here? And also the spelling is wrong. This is my husband. This is my husband. If I remember, this is Sung Jin Woo. Or is this a different one? Yeah. Bro, it's my husband. My husband Sung Jin Woo. Smash that shit. I will smash that bitch. Like, bro, smash the fucking button. I'ma smash like, bro, Sung Jin Woo. I'm like, bruh. I smash. Is he mad again? Even though he's a villain? Isn't he a villain? Isn't he? I don't know. Wait, is he a villain? I forgot. But bruh, that is like, bro. You know how like anime characters that are like closed-eyed initially suddenly opens their eyes, you know things are serious. That's how I'm scared of this guy. Because he's always laughing, he's always like smiling, and then when he goes serious and opens his eyes, it's gonna be like, you're fucked up. But I'm a smash. Mina Acido. No, pass. Okay. I'm not familiar with the One Piece series. Help me on this. Is he a villain? But isn't this Whitebeard? Why is it Newgate Edward? But he's not Whitebeard. I only know a few names. I am not watching. I am not watching One Piece. I only know a few characters and stuff based from like, you know, spoilers and stuff on the internet. But I haven't watched it, okay? Nuggy's just looking at me with this very confused look, like, why are you smashing the table? Why are you so loud? But man, based on this picture, he's gotta be badass. I'm a smash. Sakura! Oh my god. You know what? Sakura is one of the anime characters that inspired like my stuff. I was thinking of like either inspiring my OC from Yuki of Vampire Knight or from Sakura. Not this Cardcaptor Sakura one, but the Tsubasa version one. The older version of Sakura. But there's like a lot of like Sakura already out there. And like like magical girl type shit, you know. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be like a vampire. The character, I mean the type like really vibes with me because I'm a night person. And yeah. And I like the colors. I like red a lot. Instead of like the colorful gold or pink. I do like pink though, IRL. My stuff is mostly all pink. I like all pink stuff. I have a pink headset, I have a pink keyboard, I have a pink mouse. I like pink a lot. Even my cup right now for the overnight oats isn't pink. But I'm like, bruh. And my character, I like it red and purple. I like those two colors as well. And I mean, pink is part of red. Anyway. So yeah. Just saying. Just sharing. I will smash the adult version of Sakura. Oh my god, mommy, yes! Quetzalcoatl. Oh my god, yes. Yes, smash, smash. Rem! Rem! I don't care if she's a Just kidding. FBI gonna be like, FBI, open up! But bruh, who doesn't like Rem as a waifu, right? Is it like, bruh, it's Rem we're talking about. It's fucking Rem. Nogi, what the fuck? Okay. We are talking about Rem here, okay? It's Rem. We are gonna we are gonna smash. Oh, Juliet Persia. I have watched this. This anime is mid, I might say. Like, it's the common rom-com in school, school rom-com that you can see. Where like the girl is interested with the other guy, and like they have very different personalities and they're so cute together and stuff. Yeah. But I mean, she's a cutie. I'm a smash. Salty! Yes, I am smashing her. Even though she doesn't have a head. Even though her head is taken by the dulahan. I'm a smash Salty because she's just so mommy vibes, you know? Smash. Rintaro! Yes. Yes. Oh my god, if you're older, oh my god, the older version of you, please be so genuine still. Imagine. Oh my god, I love this anime. One of the goated animes, honestly. Cesar Zeppeli. Pass. I support him in Waguri. Damn. That's crazy. So another JoJo character and looks badass. I'm a smash. Koi to you. From what anime are we talking about? I haven't seen this. Yagata Kimi ni Naru. Oh, Bloom Into You. Is it a good one? Is Bloom Into You a good one? Looks like it. I'm a pass. Neferpito! Oh my god. I have like oh my god. I know a friend that owns dogs. Named them after the 3 guardians of the ant colony. So one is based from Neferpito. They call her Pitu. They call the dog was male, but they named him Neferpito based from Pitu. Another one is the Pufu, but they call them Pofu. It was a girl dog. And recently they got a cat, and they named it after the 3rd one. I forgot the name already. But yeah, got no gender. Yeah, probably because she's an ant. Stuff. I'm a pass too because she looks like she's she's like a villain type shit, you know. Anime Kosei. Oh my god. Bruh, she's a wuss. He's a wuss. Say. But man, this anime is so good though. It made me cry, honestly. I'm a pass though. I will pass from that. I'm sorry. Oh my god, Akane Tsunemori. Stop. Oh my god. Psychopaths. Yes, I'm a smash. Suo Yuki. Isn't this from the Russian girl? Alia, the Alia. Yes, isn't it from that one? If I remember, like the art style looks like it. No. Oh shit! I was looking at a different anime. So it's from a different series. Oh. Huh. Roshidere. Haven't heard. I haven't watched this anime. Looks like mommy to me. Alia sometimes hides feeling in Russia. Yeah, but it's not from that anime. A quirky sister? Oh, she's a quirky sister. Ah, I guess I'll pass. Oh my god, Kanuta! This stupid Kanuta. I hate this guy. I'm a pass. Andy though! Oh my god, I'ma smash this guy even though he always wants to die himself. It's crazy. I watched a few episodes of this anime and like like this guy wants to die but he can't die. And then there's this girl that is overly unlucky to whoever she touches. Because if she has a skin contact to someone and how badly the skin contact is, that's how big the very how big the unlucky will happen to that person. And because she's very unlucky, he's like, okay, cling to me like we're paper and stuff. Cling to me like you're a worm. You're a snake. I haven't finished this anime though. Like it was so funny. It was so funny. I'm gonna smash this guy though. Okay, we're talking about pain. Pain is a good one. This is a villain. He's a villain. Okay, I'm back in all presence. Just had to change the the music. But hi TikTok people, hello. I'm not forgetting y'all, okay? Feel free to smash or pass with me as well. We're having fun here, okay? I'd say I'll pass because he's a villain. Ashiramina! Bruh, who doesn't wanna smash this girly pop, bruh? She's the protagonist's childhood friend that is so OP, bruh. I'll smash her. Sakura Chio! Oh my god. No, I don't like her. Archer? Bruh, who doesn't? Smash. What? Even oh my god, Soul Eater Evans. I don't like. No. Kaiman. I'll pass. I'm sorry. Mahirashina. Oh, the angel next door something type shit. The angel next door, if I remember. Yeah. I'm a pass. I'm a smash. I mean, she's very dependable and stuff. Would love to have her as wife. Togata? From what anime? Looks like a kid. Yeah, that anime. Yeah, I watched that anime. So good. I'm a pass with this one though. Oh, bruh. Hey. Hey. Why is he so handsome for a kid? And also his eyes powers is so cool. I'm like, bruh, if you're a daddy, I will make you my daddy. I'm a pass though. Angelo Lagusa from... Why does it... The art style looks familiar to me. 91 Days. I haven't watched that. I feel like I'm smart like him sometimes. I haven't watched 91 Days. He looks strict. I'ma smash. Okay, I'ma pass this bitch. This bitch ticks me off. Like, bruh. So entitled. This bitch always whines a lot. Very entitled. And she's just lucky because her powers are very powerful, and you know. She's lucky she got that very powerful power. Very OP. But I'ma pass this bitch. Okay. Yes, daddy. I'm a big Yuri on Ice fan. I like Viktor Nikiforov. And he's based on an IRL person as well. Also, I got into the... Okay. Oh my god. Okay. BRB, you guys. BRB. Let's take a break, okay? I'm gonna be back.
Conclude.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, it took so long. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Hey, I'm back. What did I miss? Alright. So we're talking about Viktor Nikiforov, right? So Viktor Nikiforov is from Yuri on Ice. And bro, it's because of this anime. Honestly, that anime is low-key a boys love anime. It's a low-key boys love anime. The author just didn't like make it seem so obvious, I guess. I don't know. But it low-key gives me that vibe. But the author is like, no, it's not a boys love anime. But I mean, what's wrong with like supporting like men supporting men, right? So it's kind of like that. And because of that, oh my god, wait, I'm gonna turn down the music. Hold on. I forgot I turned that up earlier. Okay, there we go. I am back. Oh my god, Goku's here. Goku, welcome back. How are you today? Good morning. Okay, so yeah, speaking of again, yeah, Viktor Nikiforov. He's like the daddy character in the game. And oh, it's a fiction junction type shit. Okay. So I'm like, yeah. Like, yeah. I'm gonna be like, yeah. So daddy, yes. All right. But yeah, we are good. Nice. Okay, so this anime is about ice skating, and because of this anime, I got into searching like who are the like they said that this anime is based on like IRL real life skaters around the world, like for the Olympics and stuff. There's even one for Filipino. And when I discovered it, like I'm like, holy, he really looks like Victor. And then the other one is like, oh my god. Like they said that like what you call this? I forgot. But like they said that like even when this anime was made, they referenced it from real life skaters. Like they had to watch real life skaters to do it and based it on that, took a video and then based it on that. And one of it, and because of that, I was like into the Olympics part of the skating. And then I discovered Yuzuru Hanyu. Oh my god. That guy is just, I would say, perfect. His love for poo and stuff, yeah. But yeah, okay, we're going sidetracked, but yeah. Just telling that this anime led me to another rabbit hole and another rabbit hole. Took me some months to recover from that, but yeah. I like Viktor Nikiforov. I will smash him, but he's hot. He has the hots for Katsuki Yuki, so yeah. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm a pass. Sada. Wait, what anime are we talking about? What animes would you recommend for followers? A lot, honestly. It depends on the genre that they want. If they want isekai, Rimuru Izaki or Overlord. Yeah. Log Horizon is good too. A lot, honestly, a lot. I've been watching a lot of animes. Oh my god. Okay, I'ma say Sarah looks like a mommy. I'ma smash. Itadori Yuji, bruh. I'ma pass this shit. Even though he's the protagonist, I'ma be annoyed with him. Okay. Hashina. So Hoshina is just so cool when he's like so serious, like that serious look. I'm gonna be like, yes, daddy. Smash. Nagisa. Oh my god. This one is so good though. This anime is so good. Okay, well, let me go back to what Zoinks was saying. He was saying like, how many dads do you have? I have a lot. Had a lot of daddies. I have a lot of mommies too. Have you watched Fragrant Flower? Yes, it's a good anime. Goated. Yes, it's a good one. I'ma pass with Nagisa. But I mean, he's kind of like no reference. Like, you don't know if he's. They said he's a guy, but he looks like a girl, bro. So it's just like that. A femboy, I might say. Yeah. Hi, Miss. Good morning. Good morning. Unfortunately, you guys, I might have to end the stream in like. By the way, I have to end the stream in like. Give me 15 minutes. Yeah, I will have to end stream 15 minutes because I have to go somewhere. I forgot I have to do groceries and stuff, and I don't want to go outside so late because it's gonna be so fucking hot outside. It's fucking hot in the Philippines. I don't want to go outside. It's super fucking late. So yeah, I'm gonna be ending stream in 15 minutes. Okay, bear with me. I will miss y'all though. Let me save my stream streak. Yes, of course. Feel free to save your stream streak. Yes. I still 15 minutes is like, bro, it's still a lot, bro. A fellow Filipino. Yes. Nagisa a boy. I'm confused. Yeah, I know Nagisa is a boy. If I remember. But I'm a pass. Legoshi. Oh, I didn't watch this anime because they say furry bad. Oh, thank you for the headbutt, miss. I'm a pass. Okay, I know he's a villain. I know he's a villain in the Bungo Stray Dogs, but god damn, he looks so hot though. He is hot as fuck. He had a storm yesterday. The city's. Oh no! Are you okay though? Are you safe? Is your family safe? Please be safe, miss. Okay. Please be safe. Okay, I'm gonna pass with this though because he's an evil villain. Why is it back to back Bungo Stray Dogs, bruh? This is the protagonist, by the way. Atsushi Nakajima is the protagonist. I kind of don't like him. But I like, I like the other guy. I'm gonna pass. Gato? Oh, hell no. Pass. Okay, hi daddy. Oh, hi. Hi daddy. Hi daddy. Welcome back, Zoinks. Okay, I'm a Smash Villain Moriarty. Oh, Chahin! Oh my goodness. Yes, mommy. I'm safe for sleeping all day, didn't leave home. Oh, that's good. Save my streak. Yay! I'm really starting to question how many dads you have. Yeah, I do have a lot of dads and mommies. Daddies and mommies. Yes, I have. Yes. Ayo. What do you mean ayo, Goku? Okay. I smash Chahain. Okay, Shinli is like what anime though? I'm a pass because I don't know, it looks like he will punch me in the face. Okay, Mihawk. Dracula Mihawk. It's from One Piece, I remember. He looks like a zaddy though. Is he a villain? I forgot. But yeah, I'm a smash. Ishida Uryu. No, he's a very strict person. No. Kishibe? No. Pass. Hinata Tachibana. I can't pinpoint where it is. Is it in Fire Force? Is it Fire Force? Or no. It's Tokyo Revengers. Yeah, the love of life of the protagonist. If I remember. I'm a pass though. Okay, mommy. Hey, mommy, Urza. Who doesn't like Urza? Who doesn't like Urza should perish. Man, I only got a few, but I have my reason. You have zaddies too? God damn, zoinks. That's crazy. OG wife, yes. Oh my god. I'ma smash that real quick. Okay. She's cute. She's quirky. She's fun to hang out with. But bro, I don't want a chunibyo. Okay, I don't know you. What is she? I'ma pass. Joyabuki. I feel like I've seen this art before. It looks like a very old anime to me. I'ma pass. The classic. The classic femboy of the anime world. Like when you ask, oh, is this a girl? Is this a boy? That's the person that pops up in your head. It's Astolfo. Hi, Kodoin. Hello. If you had to pick between Dragon Ball and One Piece, which one would you pick? Dragon Ball. Like one, like
Hello,
yeah.
Yachi, it's me.
Not even a
Tensei.
blink. I'm a pick Dragon Ball. Cause I'm like, One Piece is a different area. Like it has a different story. Not just because of the powers and stuff, but One Piece is very complicated, I'd say, in terms of like powers and stuff. Compared to Dragon Ball, it's just like powers. Ha! Kamehameha this, Kamehameha that. That's it. No other powers. So I believe it's okay for me, but for Dragon Ball, or I might be biased because I already watched a lot of Dragon Ball as a kid. Compared to One Piece, I only watched season 1 and dropped it. This is so long already. Yeah. Pass. I mean, if anyone smashes Astolfo, there's something wrong with you. Okay, Subaru Natsuki, very obnoxious. But he will do all his best just to save the ones that he loves the most. Even though he has no powers except the rewind thing. Yeah. He's a true leader. Yeah. Subaru Glazer. Honestly, like, kind of unfortunate that he has to suffer when he wants to rewind stuff. Like, he has to end his life and stuff. I will smash though, because the dedication he does for the people he likes is so good. Buntaro Mori. This looks like so iron. Oh my god, what the fuck? Koko no Hito. I don't know. The Climber. He looks badass though. So, I'm a smash. Kaworu Nagisa. Why did I feel like I've seen him somewhere. I say smash. Iris, yes. Latom. Latom all that shit, bro. Latom that shit, bro. Latom. Latom. We're gonna smash down on you guys. Latom. Latom. Oh, Rengoku. Okay, smash, smash. Renji, nah, too wild, I guess. It's pass. Don Quixote. I'm a pass. Reinhard von Lohengrin, damn. And let me see what anime looks old though. I knew it. So old, goddamn. Legend of the Galactic Heroes? I haven't even seen that anime, bro. It's so old. Shaded by the flowers, set your heart ablaze. Kokoro mo yo blah blah. Yeah, I forgot the whole thing. Rango. No, I've seen it, but only a few episodes. Oh my god. Yeah, but it looks so hot, so I'm a smash. This girl is responsible for a lot of tuturu out there. Yeah, this is Eru's notification sound alert in stream. Yes. I will pass though because she's like that dumb character, you know. Iwakura Mitsumi. I believe I have it. That's the OG. Yes, she's the original one. That's where the tuturu sound came from. It's her. Yeah. Why you kind of sound like the girl? I tried to replicate it. I don't know what anime is this, but I'm a pass. She looks like a bitch. Okay. Okay, you guys. Don't judge me, but I will smash Orochimaru. Why? Because he has snakes.
Huh?
Judge me all you want, but King. Tongue fat. No, it's not really tongue. I mean, it's more of like because he's like a snake type of person, right? He has snake powers and stuff. Like, you know what can snake do, right? Okay. Chihaya Ayase, I think from what do you call it? Chihaya Furu. Yeah, from Chihaya Furu. I'll pass though. I'll pass. Oh, Tachibana Kanade. Classic. Timid person. I'm a pass. Okay. Accelerator. Okay, I know he's wild and stuff, but man, he's like one of the hottest guy in the series. I'm a smash. Okay, Okay, Thor's Notice. Oh, this is from what you call this? Yes, I watched that already. Vinland Saga. Yeah, I'm a pass. I'm a pass. Okay, hi daddy. Hi daddy. I'm a smash. Kawashima Ami. Oh, this is a bitch. This person, bitch. Pass.
Include.
Oh, sana na Jimmy. Okay, guys, another Astolfo type of person. A femboy in our bitch. Every second, hi daddy. No. Not really. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, I'm a pass though. But he W like Najimi-chan is like W to Najimi because she is like he's like the connector of like the friendships. He's the reason why there's a lot of friends that's going to call me, honestly. It's because of her. It's because of him. Yeah. Okay, I'm a pass. Ah, Josuke! Josuke! I smash. Shinichio Kazuki. Why? What the fuck? The art is so old. Okay. I believe I've seen it though. I believe I have seen this anime already or something somewhere. From Nana, I knew it. Yeah. He badass, but man. Pass. Najimi is genderless. Yeah. He, she. You have to be he, she on. You like man with 4 balls? What? That's crazy. Okay, you guys. We'll go for the last 5. Okay, last 5. And then we'll end stream. Okay? I have to go really. I really have to go, okay? Okay. So Siesta, I don't know what anime is this from, but she looks like based from that color, it looks like an anime, like a schoolgirl anime. I'm a pass. I have no what anime. I don't know what anime this is. Kuroko Shirai. Looks like a tsundere to me. I'm a pass. Smash. Any of the quintuplets? Smash. Oh no! Why? You know, he's a good father and stuff. He's a good friend. Aww. I'm a pass though. Last 2. Oh my god, Annie Leonhardt. After Annie Leonhardt is the last one and then we're done. Okay. Who will smash this Titan? Bro, if she weren't one of the villains though at the first half of the stuff, I'm like, bruh. She's a beauty. She is a beauty. So yeah, I'm gonna be like, I'm a pass. Wang Jilan. What? It looks like, oh my god, he looks like daddy. He looks like a daddy. What? Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation still? Oh my god, he said daddy. He is a daddy. Oh my god. Daddy. Daddy. I'm a smash. Fuck! Why? Yes, he's a daddy. I keep getting distracted. Okay, that's it. I don't know the character anymore. So we're gonna stop there. I'm sorry. I had one extra. But yeah, that's it. I will have to end stream soon. We'll see who's from the group is still streaming though. Okay, I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna close this. I think Doc is still streaming. Yes, Doc is still streaming. Who's still streaming? Rosie's still streaming. Coffee's still streaming. I believe we could raid Doc because he's hosting a charity and I do want to support him on this charity stuff. So wait, let me fix everything here. Oh my god. Everything is like so messed up. Okay, there we go. This. Oh no, I didn't mean that. Okay, there we go. I believe I have fixed everything. Maybe. So, this is it, you guys. Oh, the sounds is also fitting. God damn it. It's a sad song. Let me put it down a little bit more though so I could hear properly. Right and again. Okay. So yeah, that's it for the stream. I will miss everyone so much. I will be gone for almost 2 weeks, or more than 2 weeks. I forgot, but I will be back on April 2 of my time. From April 1 for most of y'all. So that's my last stream for the Donothon on April 2. Okay. I will be very busy for the next couple of weeks and days and weekend because the electrical rewiring will happen next weekend and hopefully it all goes well. And the Donathon will still go until next stream. As I said, I highly doubt that the goal will be reached at least. It's too much. It's too much, I guess. It's too high for this, and I am not a big streamer, honestly. So I don't expect much, but I really, really appreciate the help from my friends that supported me, though. I big thank yous to Zoinks for the donuts at first time, and to Snowball, to Bat, and to Fire, because it's really, really helpful. Even just 25% is a big help already. I already have the starter, like I can pay for the first 2 months of the loan because of it. So I'm very happy. I'm very thankful. Hopefully that 2 months will give me more time to sort out my financial stuff and to find a new work that should give me better salary and make me able to pay all my debts faster and properly. and still care for myself at the end. So yeah, I really appreciate everyone. And as much as I want to stream more, like IRL stuff, the like is like, yeah. But I believe after this after the donathon and after all these problems are sorted, it should be okay already. Oh, miss, thank you. Oh, thank you. Really, you're a big streamer too. Oh, thanks. Aw, no, that's so sweet. But yeah, I really appreciate the support. Like, even though you can't donate and stuff, that is perfectly okay. Just you watching my stream helps me get some ads revenue as well if you're not subbed. And even if you're subbed, you get ads. I still get ad revenue from that as well. And also like the sub, 50% of the sub also goes to me. So that really helps a lot. Even like all those small things matter. Your support really means so much to me. And yeah, I believe that's it for the donathon. It was so abrupt as well, so I kind of expected that it will flop. Like, I wasn't looking forward to it much, although I gave a lot of like good offers into it. Like, yeah, I mean, it's not enough, I'd say, based on like what I have right now. So yeah, I appreciate it though. Once this donathon ends, I'll still commit to the incentives and the prizes, and the ones that are reached already for the goal, I'll still commit to those. So yeah, that's it. If ever I will have a gorilla stream on the span of the days that I'm not supposed to stream, or like I had some extra time and I want to stream, I'll just ping everyone on Discord. So if you're not in a Discord, feel free to join. Well, if you're 18 plus, of course, only 18 plus. For those not 18 plus, you can check out my updates on Twitter. It's not really updated, but I try as much as possible to update as well on Twitter in cases of like schedules and stuff. Okay. So yeah, that's it, everyone. I will miss y'all. I'll send you to Doc. Please behave there, okay? He's doing a charity stream, and your support means much to him. Like, just watching is okay if you don't have the means to donate. And yeah, we'll support the Doc on that part. Where's the raid button? Okay, raiding out to Doc. Yes, thank you everyone again for watching and supporting. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Goku, for staying in the stream in TikTok. Thank you, everyone on TikTok. I will have to end the stream now, too, as well. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you on the next one, which is on April. I see you on the Holy Week. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye, TikTok people. I love y'all. Mwah. Okay, end the TikTok live. You guys behave on Dog, okay? I love y'all as much. I love y'all, my vampies. And please be safe, stay hydrated, stay full, and stay well rested, okay? Don't forget to always take care of yourself. You are very important, okay? Be sure to check the mod. Yes, I'll be sure to check the mod. Thank you for reminding me, Zoinks. Okay, you guys. It's almost done. Bye. See you next month. Bye.